second one. Come on. Okay, yeah, this should be good. This should be good. Alright. I might hang around in chat a bit, but I want to check who rang the doorbell. So yeah. BRB. Wait, no, that's wrong. Where's the dark matter charging? There we go. So yeah, I'll be back in around 5-ish hours. Maybe it's good to show you this timer here. didn't know you were actively chatting, goddamn. I need to catch up. Yo, Crystal. I know I'm a bit late. ICJS does not have ×2, it's just speed up with all the resources that the game has. So it's not particularly 2x speed. Yeah, guests have infinite items in base game, so you go back to where I fought Firemain, or yeah, when I fought Firemain and Ash used potions, those potions were not from my pocket, that was from hers. Crazy. Lars was really good in this version because he spent X potions on you for free. Yep, if you have less than 10% HP. Well, you could say Larsa is in TCA a downgrade from the original, but at the same time, you have Cura, you have Bubble, which are incredible. Also, if you have Bubble and Larsa has quite a lot of HP, let's say Larsa has base HP 1200 and you have Bubble, which is 2400, and you get him into critical HP, you can use Balance. And oh boy, Balance do be doing damage. If you have Bubble and a lot of HP. I still wanted to make a TZA speedrun route with Balance. I think we know for certain that it is slower, but I still am interested in trying to make one just because, out of curiosity, because a Balance route just sounds so intriguing to me. It really does sound really intriguing to me. Reverse is OP, but that's why the amount of MP it costs is extremely high and the duration is really short. And getting reverse to land is not guaranteed. I'm a bit scared that Fear is not walking correctly. Oh, this looks a lot better. This could be a lot better. Yeah. I think this is a lot better. I have to be careful. I was kind of scared I have to ping you. Nah. I went downstairs, ate something for a bit, and then I went to lie to the bed-like thing we have here, watch some YouTube video, and literally from the YouTube video, I can see the TV where Balthier is running in circles. Ground mode is ridiculous in TZA. You can farm some of the best gear in the game so easily. You can get Diamond Armlet from Trial Stage 1. If you want, you can do Trial Stage 1 10 times and you have 60k gil. Because each Diamond Armlet is 6k gil. You can get 60k gil in a matter of less than 10 minutes. Well, no, not less than 10. Because it takes like a minute to get into trials, then go out of it again. Lotzer Days Carcata. Just a shame it doesn't work on 100. Yes, because Tournesol. I want multiple Tournesols. But the game just doesn't let us. It really doesn't, and it's annoying. I want a party full of Tournesols. Make a quick save after stage 100 ends. I think the game probably crashes if you would load that save then into trials. So what you would have to do is, when you would load that trial save, it would automatically get you to the screen where it says, oh, do you want to start a weak mode playthrough? That's the only way I could see it work. If the autosave just gets you to that screen. With his epic lead coding skills. Oh, Dr. Hell, for my dumbass always read Dr. Helix. Oh my god. This is so bad. Yeah, it's really early. Yeah, it's hell. I read it as Helix. My dumbass read it as Helix. That's very much in character though. For me, that's incredibly in character. Yeah. You can also have multiple Worm Hero blades if you go to stage 50. Oh yeah, I should probably work on that video at some point. That video is how many years old? I think it's gonna be 2 years old next year. I got Worm Hero Blade before I entered Garm Scythe with Vaughn in Zodiac Age, which I thought was an interesting challenge to do. And I wanted to make a video essay about it, like combining like the jump cutting everything together into like a 30, 40, 50 minute video. And then show that. But I've been too fucking lazy with editing. I mean, I've written a freaking 9-page script, but I'm too lazy to actually make it into something. Really should do that though. There's like too many things I want to do, but I just can't get myself to make it. The best thing you can do is what I did and do a Worm Hero Blade grinding. Like I did it with almost only Vaughn. I went up to stage 50 and got Worm Hero Blade, which is freaking nuts. There's a series of videos someone did where they took solo 1 NG minus as far as they could in trial mode and they hit 90. I think their story progression was just like the Rock Tomato by the end. That's insane. I don't know how many hours that is, but that's a lot. Because I've tried with Rex on strong mode, and Rex strong mode, I've only gotten past Belias. Like, Rex strong mode, I've only gotten past Belias, which is fucking crazy. To be fair, Rex is pretty fucking difficult to use because you can legit only use items and his weak-ass weapon, and he does not deal that much damage. Even though level 90 Rex, you can only beat Belias. Arcana? Yeah, I guess. Because a lot of stuff in the early trials you can either one-shot, or you can just attack once, and confuse hit self. Once they hit themselves, attack again. Yeah, that helps too. Him having access to license boards and being able to reset. I think, legit, being able to reset license boards is, or just have license boards in general, is so incredibly powerful. I mean, I was level 90 with Rex, and I only got past Belias. But to be fair, it took like 2 hours. I think if I would have done more, I probably could have gotten farther. I do miss them too, that's why I'm playing PS2 instead. There's also a classic mod which you can do. Okay, I'm gonna go BRB again, and I will be back in like 10 to 15 minutes. Alright, I'm back. Yo, NLBLLG, how you doing? Speaking, Archer reminds me of the one thing I don't think I've ever really done in this game. Poaching enemies. You don't even know how much I've poached enemies in my Bazaar percent race with 0. That race was something else, holy shit. When we realized you can RNG manipulate poaches, that's fucking nuts. Meaning, a lot of nigh impossible stuff was way easier to get because you can just poach most of them. There were still a couple of RNG only drops, or drop only items, which is fucking annoying. For some Bazaar items. Which is fucking... I don't know if I want to do... whatchamacallit. If I want to do that for ICJS someday, doing all Bazaar items. Not a speedrun of it, but just casually. Because ICJS has so fucking many Bazaar items. I literally don't use poaching in casual playthrough, basically ever. But in that Bazaar percent run, holy shit, I poach so often. Aren't some Bazaar items repeatable? Yes, some are, but only some. And the Bazaar percent race is basically get every single thing in Bazaar at least once. That was the main thing. Everything at least once. I feel like I'm not doing any damage here. Dust is walking a bit. Okay, this looks better. And I really hope this charger will go by pretty fast. I need to get I want to start grinding the stuff that I need for Soken and like warp modes relatively quickly. Because it's not a lot of stuff between Bergen and Sid 1. There's not a lot of stuff to do. Well, there still is stuff to do, but it's not enough to... you know... Since tomorrow is the 31st, I need to calculate how much time... Yeah, I've written it down, I think. Right, I've written it down. 20 hour for DM charge plus everything between Bergen and Sid 1. 6 PM finish and finish at day 2 on 2:30. So it would be preferable if we can do the damage. It would be preferable if we could do the dark matter grinding for a certain point. Man, it's always the second zone. Like this zone, you know, this looks even worse. Looks good. Looks questionable. Doesn't look good. Questionable. I don't know if this one is good. I hope so. Just keep it that way, and hopefully this one is good enough. Yeah, supposed to finish tomorrow at 2:30 PM for Sid. Question begs, is tonight long enough to do all of the Soken prep? Plus all of Sochin as well? Because Sochin prep itself is all of Sarobi step. And we'll probably spend a lot of time in Sarobi step. Like an hour or two. And then we'll probably spend an entire hour just moving from Bergen to Cheetah Uplands, and Cheetah Uplands we will also spend some time due to grinding dark matter. So we are grinding dark matter. So we are grinding dark matter. Grinding the dark matters in the chests there. Then, once we did that, go back, Zerobi step. Zerobi step, we will get at the very least 6 X potions. Maybe more, maybe more. Maybe more X potions. No Bangas? I don't know if this grind charges at the moment. The way I have it set up, I really hope it does. It does look good, but I don't know. Once we gotten the dark matter for Sid 1, dark matter for Sid 2, and dark matter for Novus, that's 3 dark matters we need. That's only 3 manipulations instead of 4, which saves us some time. We then go back to Cheetah Crystal. We teleport to Zerobi Step. We teleport to Fawn Coast, and then we teleport to Zerobi Step. No, we take the Chocobo to Zerobi Step. And there we will grind X Potion. We also preferably grind Warp Modes if we can find some chests which contain them. Because the more Warp Modes we get in Zerobi Step, the less we have to grind later on. We also have to get Mott Shot. We also have to get Mott Shot. Like the way they roll. Don't like how some of the Knot of Rust don't seem to hit in the second zone. Not a big fan of that. I need to... Did I do that yesterday? After the stream? Or was that the day before? got a really good thing. Yo, what's up, Glossy? Thank you so much for the resub. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. Thank you for becoming Judge Magister yet again.
Why? Whoa.
Been good. Busy with stuff outside of streaming. That's why today is the second day of me streaming again. Like almost months. Because of how busy I was outside of streaming and speedrunning. Was doing a lot of like routing stuff and working on things. Like I worked on a completely new category called All Espers, which I did a run of like 2 months ago. Almost like 2 months ago. But because of how little time I have, because I'm also, like most of my time, I was just focusing on my grades and focusing on exams. Because I had so many freaking exams the last couple of months. And I just had to really kneel deep into those subjects and get them good, so I have good grades. Like, that was so freaking important to me that my brain, whenever I came home, I couldn't even play video games because my brain was always thinking about, about those grades and whatnot. Like, I was constantly, like, I couldn't even relax. My brain was constantly thinking about the grades. I'm trying to figure out, okay, how can I understand this better? How can I become better in this? How can I make this to... How can I write this in a way at an exam so that it's understandable for the people who are then grading the paper? All that. So even when I wanted to play video games, I was procrastinating because I was like, but I should invest time for learning instead. So I ended up just thinking about my grades the entire time and trying to, like, in my head go through everything I learned. I mean, it paid off, my grades are really good, but I've barely streamed, which is sad because I really do want to stream more. And again, definitely. Where are you from again? Switzerland. Why'd you ask? Due to my accent? Dude. Balthier? No, not Balthier. Bosch's none of Rust throws are annoying me. You know German? Yeah. Germany is a neighboring country, and we can't even... I can't even, you know... We can't even write or read, because Swiss people don't have a writing system, so we have to learn German for a writing system. So that's why we're being taught German in first grade. There is quote-unquote people who write or message in Swiss German, but yeah, it's more if you are talking informally to each other, like between friends or family, you speak in Swiss German. But usually, when you are conversing through letter or messages or email in a formal matter, you use German here. Let's say you don't message in German with your parents, but when you talk to your teacher via mail because there's something you don't understand, you message them in German. Switzerland is a big gambit system. What? 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 How the hell is Switzerland a gambit system? I guess 3-ish more hours. I'll check the damage in like 3 hours and see how far along we are. I mean, they got they had a crazy view when it came to World War I and 2? Huh? What are you trying to say? They had a crazy view? They didn't get invaded? What does this have to do with having a crazy view? Meaning that every country around us was basically crumbling? And we're like, yay! They're not doing anything to us. At least... They tried, they had plans, but they never pulled through. But, it is what it is. That reminds me of, Standard IQ, if you ask me. I mean, look. Italy was friends with Germany. We let the borders open so that the Germans and Italy can like do commerce with each other. But if they would have tried to take us out, we would have just bombed the bridges. Because for the longest time, Switzerland had TNT stored inside their bridges from the borders. So whenever they thought, hey, military wants to do some shit on the border towards us, yeah, we'll just detonate the TNT. So the bridges would crumble, and so would the will for anyone to attack us. But yeah, reminds me of the one time where some very specific person, I'm not going to say who it was, because I don't want to, first of all, get Monka TOS'd. But there was a guy, I think you can figure it out who it was when you Google. There was a guy who legit said he wants to nuke Switzerland if he had nukes, and I was like, what in the fucking world? Huh? I think that's the very first time I've ever heard anyone mention that. And I mean, we haven't even done anything. Imagine some random guy says that about your country and you're like, dude, but we're like one of the least war-active countries in the fucking world. We barely do anything. Yeah, I think with a quick Google search you can figure out who it was, but as I said, I don't want to name names on stream because Monga US. And I don't want to get too political with my stuff. Like on stream, I mean, on stream. Because I usually just like to talk about video games and shit. Because video games or streaming is usually the escape from reality. Split Switzerland. Funny. I have really no clue how good this dark matter charge is. The thing is, you can only figure it out once you actually get out of the walking in circles bar. I don't want to do that. Yeah, as you can see, it says here around 11 hours-ish. In 3 hours around, I will check the damage, and I hope it'll be enough. Or a little bit before that, and then we'll check the damage. And if the damage is close to... Okay, you can't see it here, but it's 17.2k. If the damage is somewhat close to 17.2k, I will probably just take it and try to deal the rest of the damage with both here in some way. Yeah, 69 hours. But I have around 5 hours of time save between here and here. Around 5-ish hours time save. I lost a lot of time here because I messed up dark matter, getting dark matter once, and instead of after Mateus, I got it before Mateus. I just hope to God that it's good enough. What about you, Blossy? How have you been? Had 2 great gifts. Nice. Nice. Good to hear, good to hear. Hope you like the gift you got. First Jordans and smartwatch. Damn. Why Jordans and not LeBron James? That was awful. That was fucking awful. Sorry. But it had to be done. If you didn't know. What? Black if you didn't know? What do you mean by that? That the Jordans, like the shoes, are black, or? I'm too dumb. The awkward pause is because my brain, like, imagine my brain being the cogs with webs trying to turn, but it's like it's not turning because the webs, and that's why the awkward pause, because my cogs are in my brain are trying to turn and they're not turning. Cue the dial-up internet meme sound effect. Literally my brain right now. This is a good thing or a bad thing, but the weather has been at best. I mean, of course I'm just staying inside all day, speedrunning this, but still. Well, at the very least I don't have to feel bad if I don't go outside. How much loads you need? Do you mean dark matter charges? 4 in total. The Bergen is gonna be a charge for 17.2 thousand, which is 17.2k, which takes around 5 hours. Then for Sid 1, which we need to do 55k charge. That's around 17 to 18 hours, give or take. Then we have C2, which is 41.5k, give or take. 41.5k, which is like, I don't know, 12 hours, give or take. And then with 37,105 damage, we have Vein Novus, which is around 10 hours, give or take. So, we've got F4. Bergen, Sid 1, Sid 2, Novus. So there's going to be a big grind between Bergen and Sid 1. With just charging dark matter, because we just need so much damage. Which is freaking insane. So, I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do during that time. Probably, well, one of the things I will do is sleeping. The other thing I will do is probably play some other video games on my Switch. Or just chill out a bit, or go for a walk. But I will make sure no one will unplug the damn console like 5 years ago. Kind of nostalgic though. It's been 5 years already. Alright though. I'm gonna go chill out for a bit. Some Zelda. I don't know. I played Tears of the Kingdom, and ever since I've beaten it, I have not touched the game since. I don't know what it is about Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but they just don't do it for me. If anything, I'd be more interested in playing Twilight Princess again. I literally have a Wii U. I could play the HD version again, which I haven't touched in also many years. Or I could play one of my GameCube copies of Twilight Princess again. It's been freaking years. What about Echoes of Wisdom? I played the game a little bit, but I never completed it. I don't know. It didn't catch me as much. It feels like, imagine you have Breath of the Wild, but it's with Zelda and she's unable to attack and her weapons don't break. You know what I mean? You don't have, oh, you have an X temple or Y temple. I don't know. The game just didn't catch me as much. Maybe I'll try again, but so far the game didn't catch me as much. I should still play Metaphor, but I have this on my PC and I'm busy streaming a PS2 game, so I can't really play that. But I could finally continue, or well, not continue, I could finally try and finish Metroid Prime HD. Like, Prime HD has been one of those games I want to play in like short bursts and then go back to it whenever I feel like it. Time for a Steam Deck then. Someone at work has a Steam Deck and is like, yeah, Steam Deck is such a great thing, and I'm like, I don't know if I want the Steam Deck. I really don't know. I mean, it would be cool, especially if I want to play games like Dead Cells. Or other games. I just don't feel it at the moment. Like, I don't see why I should get another piece of tech. It's also a good emulator machine. Like, I mean, if I want an emulator machine, I have my PC. Or my other PC, my old PC. I literally have a PC, like, 2 meters away from me. From, like, February. Which is gathering dust, and I still don't know what to do with it. There's like a billion things I could do with it, and I still don't know what I want to do with it. Well, portable... If that's what you mean, I could just download everything onto my phone. But I don't want to. Fuck phones. I need buttons. If you go this far, then I'll just buy a fucking Retroid or something. But yeah. I don't have a need. I don't have a need for a Steam Deck right now. Maybe later down the line when they will make another Steam Deck with beefier hardware for longevity's sake. And when they officially release one in Switzerland, because so far the only way you can get Steam Decks is not officially through Steam, but through third-party vendors. And they don't ship here. So you have to buy it from someone who sells them with a markup. So, I don't know. And I don't want to spend, what is it, like 600 bucks on a Steam Deck with, what, 512 gigabytes of storage? I don't even know what was flagged. Let me see. Okay, why was that flagged? That's very interesting. Why was that flagged? Okay, why the hell was that flagged? What's Vogue for? Good question. Okay. If Vogue has them, let's check them out. Vogue certainly doesn't have them. Or not anymore. Holy freaking shit. Steam Deck OLED is $750. Holy shit. Oh damn. There's the 512GB UK model for $459. Honestly, the only way I would purchase the regular Steam Deck for $460 if it would be if it would have 1 terabyte instead of 512 gigs. But yeah, $750 for Steam Deck OLED is quite rich for my blood, to be honest. Damn! And the Steam Deck 512 gig is 10% off because it's a sale. $650 for the 512 gigabyte OLED. I mean, OLED looks amazing, but I don't know if OLED is $650 amazing. A 100 terabyte SD card is like 100. I do not want to play games off of SD cards. Especially fast games. Because you do know that loading and reading and writing in and out of SD cards really heats them up, especially the more information you need from that card. There have been instances, from what I've heard, where the entire SD card in the Steam Deck OLED just started to melt because of how much reading and writing it had to do due to the 1 terabyte. And how much data is going in and out all the time. So I'd rather have just 1 terabyte base at the bare freaking minimum. See, we even have someone in chat who says that. Like, the Steam Deck right now is just not worth it for me. Like, and at this point, I might just go for the Steam Deck OLED, because I have a Switch OLED and the regular Switch, and by God, the Switch OLED looks just 10 times better, even though it's the exact same resolution. OLED just looks so freaking good. It would be stupid not going for the OLED if you have the choice for going for OLED or not. Especially if you go for a handheld experience where, well, it's the main way to experience the game. And why not go for OLED, really? And it's not a desktop, it's just a gaming device, so burn-in is less of a thing, can still happen, but it's way less of a thing. And OLED screens have become better to become more burn-in resistant. That's why I won't put Tekken 8 on the SD. Why all of your emulation stuff is on the SD. But yeah, reminder. Most games these days are around 100 gigabytes. Meaning you can install like, what, 5 fucking games? If even. And then that's it? No. No. That's not enough. Also, the Steam Deck can barely play certain games that be of interest to me, like Silent Hill 2 Remake. Even though that game I would want to play with keyboard and mouse instead. But yeah, if I would want to play that game, or Resident Evil 4 Remake, as far as I know, those games are so freaking demanding that the Steam game isn't able to play them. But yeah, I see 1 terabyte in the OLED for 750, which, by the way, 750 for a 1 terabyte Steam Deck OLED. That's 100, I think around $100 more than I paid for my PS5 with a second controller plus a game. That's kind of steep. And I don't know if... I just... Even for 50, that's way too much for what I get. 450 for a base Steam Deck, which means 512 gigs, no OLED. That's way too much. That is way too much. Like, for me it's too much because for what I get out of it, it's too much. So yeah, Steam Deck is not really going to happen. Even though I'd like to, but it's not going to. This sounds stupid, but I do hope that the Nintendo Switch 2, or whatever it ends up being called, is a good freaking console. So that when I'm going to play stuff on there, that it's actually going to be 60 FPS and that companies will actually optimize for the console and that their games are being targeted for Switch 2 spec and optimized for that console, and then when they port it to PC, it will run at fucking 120 FPS like it's nothing. It's like a Wii U tablet. And stop talking about the Wii U. I feel like playing Wii U again because of you. I haven't turned on my Wii U in a long time. However, I've had it always hooked up. I wonder if that helps. Because I remember reports saying that the Wii U is in danger if you don't have it hooked up long enough, but I don't know if that's enough. Mine died. So many said that their Wii U died, it's crazy. Wonder if the hooking up part is enough with an end. I really hope so. I'm kind of scared trying to boot the Wii U just to see if it's still alive. Alright, I think I'm gonna lay down a bit and watch chat from afar. both AC adapter died. Damn. Yeah, I'm gonna lay down a bit and then yeah. See you in a bit.
Keep at it, Harvey.
Yo, Nekota-san, arigatou gozaimasu. Thank you, very good luck. Yes. Exclamation mark. DM. Give you an explanation of what is happening. But yeah, it's stacking damage. And in around 2-ish hours we will check damage. Wait, what? I don't think I got the things for that. I got the thingy for that. But thank you for the person who donated. I'm not gonna say their name because it doesn't mention the Twitch name, but thank you. It's like there was no notification. None of us is clearly part of the exploit. Yes, it is. Yo, Shripman, how are you doing? Still farming dark matters? Yep. Or charging. The dark matter farming will happen here. After Bergen, we have to get... Is it 1? Is it 2? No, it's... Yeah, we have to get 3. We have to get 3. And I'm currently just charging. And yeah, this will take 2 more hours, but I will check in like 1.5. I'm just sitting here and watching videos. I'll be honest, I'm just wasting time watching videos. Of course you could say, hey, but why don't you play anything else? I don't know. I don't know. I think I just want to chill. Because this run is kind of exhausting. Noble Kinemesis, how are you doing? I want to give a huge shoutouts to all the lurkers. You all are freaking amazing. Shoutouts to you all. References? What references? Yo, Captain Maths, how are you doing? This seems to be madness? Yes, it is. That's why I've done it. Or attempted it 7 times before. And finished 3 times. I think 2 of those attempts died on Dustia, I think. And 1 died before Bahamut because console was unplugged. Yeah. And I think, except those 3 instances, with 1 being console unplugged and 2 being Dustia resets. I think 1 might have even been a Remora death instead of Dustia, but whatever. Yeah, that's that. I can understand doing this to prove it can be done. I mean, people have done this way before me. Not the speedrun, but just the challenge. I really just wanted to do the run, and for some reason I just wanted to do it again. Are you trying to grind down the time? Yes, I still have 1 major time loss in this. Between Bergen and between Sit 1 here, I have at the very least 5 hours of time save. Because in my last run, Balthier died, and I was still asleep at that point. So Balthier wasn't moving for 5 hours. So I lost 5 hours of dark matter charging progress. And my goal for now is just no major time losses like that. Like no major hour time losses. If I will come back at some point, legit I just need to see how I feel post run. Because when I started preparing for this, I was like, this is the last time I will do this. However, now since I started the run, I'm like, is this going to be the last time I will do this? I don't know. It really depends. It really depends. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. If you have a controller set up using rubber bands or something, even better. Do I have the picture? Do I have the picture? I don't have the picture. RIP. You know what? I'll make a picture really quick. I'll take one. I'll show you what it is. Send it myself on Discord, then on Discord I'm going to download it. Send it here. I will also post it on Discord, so if you're interested in getting notified when I'm live, for instance, you can follow me on Discord. I'll usually put stuff there. Okay. there's something to talk about. Okay. Save image. Put it to downloads. Please browse. Loads JPEG. Transform. I think this should be it. Yes. I don't know how visible it is, but this is the setup. You have a book and a couple of other books surrounding the controller so the controller doesn't move, and one other book just pushing down. That's basically the entire setup. I'll probably just leave it like this, because this is how it looks like right now. Probably just keep it like that. Yeah, that's how it looks like. I sometimes have to correct the control stick though, so sometimes you might see Balthier change his movement a bit, and that's because I'm correcting it a tiny bit. It will be the last time you will do it this year. Well, problem is I will finish this in the new year. I won't even finish this year. I will finish in 2025. So you would say it's the last time I'll start this year, knocking on wood, but I will for sure not finish this year. Need to keep an eye out on the lot of rusts. It seems like Bosch is not getting... maybe? You feel like you're charging your dark matter. Out of context, it sounds weird. You would have tried rubber bands. The thing is, rubber bands is not giving me the kind of movement that I need. Also, with rubber bands, if they dry out, they lose their elasticity, and in worst case they can rip apart. Which is not good if you do this for a lot of hours. Like, legit. Like, what, 40 hours of this run is pure dark matter charging? Like, straight up 40 to 45 hours are just dark matter charging. Good thing you buy 200 of them for 2 francs. You know that doesn't do jack fucking shit when it rips while you're asleep. You need consistency. And why throw money at it if I have books that do the exact same? Like, I'm not immediately spending my money if I can do it without spending any money. Like, spending money is the last thing I want to do. You won't rip a fresh one after 90 hours? Brother, come on. Okay, I'll give it around 20-ish, 30-ish more minutes, and then we'll check. I have 2 rubber bands holding a part of my chair so it doesn't rattle. And? I mean, it works, but I have books which do the exact same thing. And I don't have rubber bands around that even would do the thing that I need to, so this is the better setup. I have so many freaking books lying around, so why not just use them? sum of I equals 1. And n is 1 equals n. Thing is, I haven't gotten like actual rubber bands from like that long ago, and if I have, then those are either cut apart, dried out and brittle, or I don't know where they are. Definitely not where I am. I hope I have enough charge soon. So 17k in 5 hours? Let's calculate that really quick. Maybe that should be faster. Let's divide 17k by 5. That would be 3.4k in an hour. If we now multiply this by, what was it? I think I saw 16.5 hours would be the perfect time needed for SID 1. Wow. That's crazy. If we get the same... whatchamacallit, the same dark matter charging speed as we have, like, as we need here for SID 1, we will finish SID 1 dark matter charging in 16.5 hours. Or almost 16, which is freaking insane. What in the world? Oh yeah, I have to be careful so I don't mess up stuff. I recently got 300 in like 5 minutes. If I get 305 minutes, 60 divided by 5 is 12. It's 12. E6. Ha, crazy. So I've gotten 3.6 before, in around 5 minutes. So that would be 3.6 in an hour. And then 5, that'd be 18k. 18k is a bit insane. But that's the exact amount that I need. So I hope if I'm, or should I say, when I'm going to check in around 30ish minutes, that I actually got something better. Maybe I will not check in half an hour though, just in case my RNG is not as good. So, Bergen has 17.2k HP. If we can deal a little bit of damage with Balthier, I don't know how much damage Balthier can deal, but if we can do a little bit of damage with Balthier, we could in theory go way sooner. In theory we could leave a lot sooner. Who discovered dark matter charging? I think this goes way back to some challenge runners back in like 06, 07, back when the game first came out. God, I think the guy was called, and it's a completely different person. It's some Hispanic guy, I think, called Zero. And it's not the same Zero as we know now, completely different one. It was a Hispanic guy, if I remember correctly. Or Spanish. The guy lived NLBLLG. He was at the forefront. think your controller is going to get broken sometime this stream. What? Why? What do you think so? Guess there's no way to know why the devs included this mechanic. Well, I guess it's how... I think it's how... the Knot of Rust calculation works, or the dark matter quote-unquote charging up works. And my guess is... there is an animation of Knot of Rust hitting something or someone, and the calculation of when the damage is dealt is probably being done frames before the actual impact of the item happens. And I do think if the calculation happens on the frame of the impact, like that would then cause the thingy. That makes sense. I don't think it's something that it's intentional or not. It's more in, okay, how can we make this mechanic work? Like, their thought process most likely was, hey, we have this item called a Knot of Rust, and this Knot of Rust, when you use it on an enemy, a third of that damage is then given to the dark matter damage. The question is, at what point is that this math of Knot of Rust damage, or a third of Knot of Rust damage being included to dark matter, when is that going to be executed? Like, at what point? I think the reason why that is because usually this calculation only happens when the Knot of Rust connects. And while you're going through the zone line, the Knot of Rust still connects, but because you're in the zone line, you cannot take any damage. But because you don't take any damage, the Knot of Rust is not getting used. So what I think happens is you quote-unquote use Knot of Rusts, but the game doesn't take those away, and you don't take any damage. So the only thing that does happen, of what should usually happen, is the calculation of the damage that should be done, and then the distribution of the damage on towards the dark matter itself. That could be the thing. Wouldn't it be crazy to make an item that gets stronger when you use another item over and over and over, explain whatsoever? Maybe even the item says something, like some items even have an item description. Wait, no, that's loot, not items. Actually though, I would have to look it up, I'm not sure. Because this game has a lot of fucking text. And I should actually read all of it at some point. Because you could just make a calculation after it connects, but some thought now before. As I mentioned, when you're walking through the zone line, in theory, the Knot of Rust still connects because you're going through the zone line. But because you're in the zone line, you cannot... nothing can deal damage to you. For instance, if you go back to where I manipulated the dark matter, And I only had Balthier alive. When I went through the zone line from the room where I got the dark matter into the room where the oilings were, in that zone transition, one of the oilings used fire on Balthier, which would have 100% killed me if it weren't for the zone line basically nullifying all damage there is. And I think the reason why that exists, nullifying damage, in the zone line is so that a dead character cannot go through a zone line, which most likely fuck up the entire game. So they made it so that whenever you go through a zone line, all possible damage that can be dealt or any possible healing that can be done will be nullified. If you're too slow and Dusty casts Dark, the animation completes while you cross the zone line, you don't take damage. Exactly. I think this has more to do with game stability. And with game stability, I mean, oh, what if this this exact case happens? Many of those small quirks of video games you never really think about, and you just know, oh yeah, that's just the way it is. But once you actually start programming and you look into everything and you notice stuff like this, you realize every single thing you notice is a extremely small thing that they had to think about and implement. So the not taking damage going through zone lines is most likely due to gaming stability. Or, another thing, if you watch any percent speedruns, what you sometimes see, when you're very close to the zone line, when you're, I don't know, let's say you're doing jellies. You're doing jellies and you're very close to a zone line, and then there's a jelly which attacks you and you knock back into the zone line. If the knockback happens, and that is not from you, but it's from an enemy, you will not go through the zone line, you will actually slide across the zone line and you will not zone to the next zone. Which I think is fucking genius. I don't know how awful that must have been to implement that, but it's fucking genius. Because imagine you're in a room filled with enemies which punch you to no end and you cannot do anything and you always get pushed outside again. How awful would that be for a gamer? Like, for anyone who plays the game, how fucking awful would that be? Freaking terrible. Like, it's stuff like this. When you keep looking into 12, it's... the programming in this game is fucking nuts, and fucking all of it. You remember how bad monsters were in 11? Made you invul at map transitions? Fun. They probably learned a lot from 11. I mean, what wasn't 12, I think development-wise, a co-joined effort between, what was it, FF9, 11, and Vagrant Story developers? Like, I know that the main team was Vagrant Story. Like, the people who worked on 12 did Vagrant Story before this. Which is why I really want to play Vagrant Story at some point, even on stream. Like, specifically on stream, because it's a game which... it's basically the game they made before this, so why the fuck would I not play it? It would be a no-brainer to play Vagrant Story if they did 12 beforehand. And you know, everything that has even like an essence of FF12 to it, you know I have to get my hands on it. Vagrant Story is goated though. You make it sound like I said the opposite, which I never said. Like, the way you make it sound like... It sounds like... I may have said the opposite, which is not true. I've yet to play Vagrant Story, but... Wassy. Phrasing is one hell of a thing. Very important. Won't talk about it the 5th time and we know the stances by now. I'm not... Even if I would play 14, I wouldn't stream that. It's an MMO. Now, don't get at me and tell me that 12 is an MMO. No, I will not take that, not for 1 second. I have played MMOs, multiple, and 12 is clearly not one of them. The thing is, most people that speak about 12 who have who know nothing about 12, they just say something they heard on the internet once, they just repeat what they heard on the internet. And they say, yeah, that's their opinion. Even though they just... My favorite way of going about this is basically saying, oh, that's a cute opinion. Did a YouTuber give it to you? It's literally that. It's literally that. With Maple Story, my condolences, brother. He fell into the hole playing Korean MMO, which hates its fan base so much. When they, what was it? When they put up a fan server of like an old version, they got sued into fucking oblivion, and they didn't even make money off of it. Crazy. Condolences is crazy. Rudo! See? 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 Which MMOs did I used to play? Okay, so the MMOs I grew up with, but I didn't play them long. I really didn't play them for long, except for one. The last one I played for the longest. The first one I've played... Okay, I need to make sure that I'm getting the timelines correctly. Ah, which was the first one? Was it Metin 2? Metin 2? I think it was Metin 2. I'm not sure if that was the first one. Metin 2 was probably the first one. Then I've played the first Guild Wars with my brother. I recently bought it again for like $7, and I gifted it to my brother for $7 because I kind of want to play that again, and supposedly the servers are still up, so why not? It's basically just a nostalgia trip, and that's the only reason why I bought it, because I don't think I will ever go hardcore into Guild Wars. And the third one I played was and which I played the most, is a French MMO called Dofus. Dofus is... I cannot say because Dofus changed a lot, but when I grew up with Dofus, peak gaming. Imagine it's basically anime MMO before anime MMO was a thing. And Dofus ran on Flash. Like it's an MMO built upon Flash Player. Or no, it was made in Flash Player. It was so peak. It was such peak. Yeah, but they completely overhauled the game. And then for some time, they kind of created their own thing out of Flash Player. And recently, they completely, like, they made an insane effort to port the entire game to Unity, like the new game. Because there's Dofus, I think they're now calling it Dofus 2.0, or used to call it 2.0. But Unity's, I think, Dofus 3.0, because, yeah, it's in fucking Unity now. Like, that's completely different than what it was before. But yeah, Dofus is peak, or was peak, at least what I played. I have so much nostalgia for that. For, like, the old music and everything. The problem now, though, which is funny, Dofus has now way higher system, quote-unquote way higher, somewhat higher system requirements because of the Unity engine. But to be fair, most PCs can still play it. But I have to say, the game looks a lot more modern, but maybe almost too modern for my taste. It sounds stupid the way I say it, but if you grew up with a certain type of nostalgia and you've used to see that for so long, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Dofus, that was my jam, but I realized MMOs might probably not be very healthy for me. So that's why I stopped. And I picked up something even more time-consuming, and it's called speedrunning. And now I'm here sitting in this chair talking about MMOs and how they take up time while looking at the timer that has already been going for 10.5 hours with splits that go up to 69 hours. I know people that have ruined their life on MMOs. Ruined their life as in they did nothing but play the game, or did they lose money on the game because they just bought like every skin and everything, or at least you won't do world firsts. What? Killing bosses in MMOs the moment they release. Ah, that. Yeah. I'm usually the one who's right, like, I'd rather do world first speedrun. I did that with 16 when it came out. I did a no route speedrun of 16 like 3 or 4 days after release, because I finished the game in like a couple of days. I no-lifed 16 in like 3 days. Like 30 to 40 hours it took. And then on Monday, I speedran 16. Took like 12.5 hours. And then I did another run sometime after, which took around 10 something. They played the most time critical points in their life and ruined it. I say that is most time consuming. You have to know your class, any changes, any synergies, when that update just released. Imagine routing a new game for speedrunning the day it comes out. Look at all Resident Evil releases. Look at legit every single Resident Evil release since Resident Evil 2 Remake. Literally, every Resident Evil release since Resident Evil 2 Remake has been exactly that. I would come home, I would see people streaming, and they already have live split with completed splits, and they already have a time. And I'm like, I haven't even fucking downloaded the game! I just came back from work! I still have to download the fucking game, and you already have a time? How? The game isn't even fucking out for 24 hours! To be fair, I speedrun Zodiac Age 3 days before it actually came out. I was sent a copy a couple days before release. Like, the game released on Tuesday and I got it on Saturday. And the moment I opened that fucking package, into my PS4 it went, instantaneously started speedrunning. I even have a VOD of it still. Like, of my very first time of actually playing TZA was actually a speedrun. My very first time I played TZA was a speedrun. Yes, I was that fucking coded and desperate and all the buzzwords you usually hear about people who are crazy. But I needed to do it. My fingers were itching to do it. I did 2 runs of that. I think I did 2 back-to-back. The first one took me 6 hours-ish. The second one took me like 4-something hours. And then I took my sweet, sweet time with playing through the game casually. And getting Order of Ambrosia and all that. It took my sweet, sweet time. Like a week-ish or less. I think I got away, or I did most of the stuff in like 3 or 4 days. It took like 30-ish hours to reach Yasma, if I remember correctly. I have a video where I have a timer up, and that timer actually indicates of how much time I've spent playing the game casually. And I was at like 36 hours. Man, TZA was a release. It really was. Man, how the hell is TZA already 7 years old? And next year it's gonna be 8 since it released. How the hell has it been 8 years since TZA released? That's insane. I remember in 2016 saying, damn, the original released 10 years ago, that's so long. And next year, it's gonna be 8 years since the remaster of the game came out. Dude, what the hell? Feels like yesterday? Yeah. And I think that's what probably most of the developers thought back then. When they were asked, hey, what about porting / remastering the game? They're like, yeah, but I thought we just did it. That was 10 years ago. What the frick? What happened when 365 days passed 7 times? Yeah. I still remember watching TZA preview footage and being excited for it. I don't think I've watched a trailer more, like any video game trailer ever, than the first reveal of TZA, when you had like the quote-unquote remake of the opening cutscene, and then it cuts to the comes to PlayStation 4, and then suddenly you hear the boss music, and then the jump cuts of the different things they were doing. They showed how you fight Tiamat. They showed fighting not Gilgamesh on the big bridge, but fighting skeletons on the big bridge in Lusa Mines. And it's that trailer where, after long thinking and trying to figure it out, we had the suspicion if effect capacity was gone or not. But we were like, they did change it. They completely changed the effect capacity, which was something that was like, damn, did they actually fucking change the effect capacity? And oh boy, they did. And I think that's one of the very first things that I changed, or that I wanted to know. How big is the effect capacity actually? In the original, it holds 8 effect values at the same time, and in TCA it's 24. It cannot contain more than 24 effects at the same time. Which is incredible, which means you can have 3 characters casting Scathe at the same time. Brother in Christ, it's beautiful! Reminds me, it's my birthday tomorrow. Are you fucking kidding me? No way, right? Wait. I think you would be the second person. You'd be... You can basically congratulate each other while celebrating New Year's. You can basically say, congrats on another year. You guys can both say, congrats on a new year. Legit because of New Year's Eve and because of birthday. Cool days of standing there getting waited on just because it's your turn to cast your spell yet because the game can't handle it. The best example I can give you is I used to do triple X potions when all 3 characters were really low on HP, and I used 3 X potions on all of them at the same time, and I was just shouting at the screen, be like, why the fuck can I not use 3 X potions at the same time? Why? Now I know, and now I know how the fuck I can abuse it to my liking. You have to congratulate Vossi 10 seconds before New Year's, and then they do it after New Year's. You can basically have 1 second before New Year's, literally cling your champagne bottles or similar, and then you can congratulate each other. Forget my birthday, Monkodon. Wanted them to stop dancing, then was already halfway there. Halfway there. Whoa! I don't want to get the MCA'd. I said I'm gonna check damage soon, didn't I? Didn't I say I'm gonna do check damage soon? I'm a bit scared that my damage output is really bad. Like 12k. You know what? I'll go to the bathroom really quick and then we'll check damage. Swiss power outlet. You can have boring outlet as long as Swiss outlet is close by. So 100-meter hallway is close. Crazy. Okay. Give it one more round and then I'll check. Okay. Out with you. Oh, whoops. Just in case, let me put this again. Let's save. Let's save and see what the damage is. I wanted to rhyme, but I couldn't think of anything. What the damage is to be, maybe? Okay, damage. Here we go. It is 15k. I guess we can try. We got 15k. I'll try. It's a bit dangerous. A bit is an understatement. But I guess we can try. I think.